Welcome to a very special stream. Well, I mean, it's only really special in the fact that we are finally here. The last Ace Attorney game to this point in time. Of course, there is one secret game that we're not going to be able to play, and that is the crossover with Professor Layton. I don't know of the quality of that game, but it hasn't been ported, so I am unable to play it. So that one will sadly be left to the dust. If it ever gets ported, we will play it, of course, because we've kind of taken on this task of playing every single Ace Attorney game, and, you know, it's not all doom and gloom, however, because we know that Capcom is working on more Ace Attorney stuff, whether that is the re-release of Professor Layton and Ace Attorney, or if it's Ace Attorney 7. I am in the Ace Attorney 7 camp. I think they have to at least be working on it. And I've gone over, you know, what my hopes are for Ace Attorney 7. I hope that every character gets a chance for the spotlight. And, you know, we kind of came up with that idea for, like, a little hub we can go around and talk to people and explore the Ace Attorney world and have a more in-depth investigation and stuff. But, you know, that's more of, like, a pipe dream. Like, they completely reinvigorate the formula. If they don't want to do that, I'll be happy if Gumshoe gets a spot. Pal, it's been too long, I tell you. It's been too long since Gumshoe had a spot in this goddamn series. Alright, but anyway, here we are. The second Ace Attorney game, we're going to hop right in. There is nothing really happening this week, bar one thing. There is the Mario Kart World Direct. I don't know if we're going to be streaming it. I think I said no, but now I'm not so sure. If I'm up for it, maybe we will. I doubt it will really be too interesting since we've seen, you know, the big reveals. But it could be fun, so we'll see, But yes, let's hop in, shall we? So, as a little teaser in the bonus episode of Escapades, we found out that we are playing as Susato this time, and she is becoming her own defense lawyer, which is crazy. Were women even allowed to do anything back in, like, the 1900s? I don't know. EGAD reveal? Oh, don't even cope with me like that. Don't even say something like that. You got the Moo Moo Cow. How is EGAD not gonna be there? How is EGAD not gonna be there if they got Moo Moo Cow? They got Dolphin. You can play as a fucking dolphin and they're not gonna have EGAD? Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature, Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. Mario! Ah, good. You're here. It doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh, yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. A cut a finer figure, counsel. Yeah, that's true. Luigi Mansion is really popular now. I don't know why he isn't in the goddamn game. I'm so confused. Oh, speaking of Mario Kart, there is something I would like to recommend people. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Terminal Montage, but they did a Mario Kart video, and it is excellent. I highly recommend it. Check it out if you got the time. But you look as white as a sheet, and those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous, I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I'd never been born. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. What if a princess were to hear you say that? You'd give her a heart attack. Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. It's me, Yoshi. Oh, are you our defendant? Would I be correct in thinking that you're my lawyer in court today? Yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing. Aw, she's adorable. Ray Mimbami,
Born the same year as I and my greatest friend.
Your greatest friend? Sorry. Your greatest friend? I think you're missing a certain somebody in Great Britain.
Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the University Research Laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial, accused of committing a truly awful murder.
Oh my god, we're gonna be up against Pain again, aren't we? Oh, thank god. Thank god we get to fight against Pain again. I wonder if they're gonna change it up, if it's gonna be like his son or something.
Are you sure you're feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, my, it's just that... You look so gallant and dashing.
Gay? Gay in the 1900s? Alright, I'm down to clown with that.
Sorry? When I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful.
Gay? Don't let the court hear you say that. They're gonna fucking incinerate you instantly. Gay people weren't invented until 2004, don't you know? No, that's not true.
I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
Oh, she doesn't even recognize us? Okay. Okay. Case Attorney Yuri. As long as she doesn't start stabbing herself in the stomach, I'll be okay with this trial. If she starts doing that, I might have to cancel stream and cry into my pillow for the next 8 hours, probably. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. You see, I paid off all the judges and the prosecutor, and you're free to go.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotoba?
Even if your best friend can't see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Wait, are we actually doing a Mulan thing? Are we literally doing a Mulan right now? Yes, it's me, Mr. Lawyer, sir. I'm not a woman, I swear.
Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But apparently, femboys are all the rage these days, so Father said it wouldn't really matter. This does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father!
Hold on. Let the cogs turn in her head. Hold on. Let her figure it out.
Is that you, Susato? Sorry I didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that... No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform! That varsity cap! The varsity cape! The varsity badge! Look at you! You look, for all the world, just like a student of the Imperial Yume University, a male student! I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke up at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. You see, sexism exists. The only way should be able to permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in the trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
Yeah, bring down the system.
But women are forbidden.
Here, brother, I raise a glass to that. Women are forbidden in my world, yep. Only slick old up man in my world, you know what I'm saying?
Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door. So that I can act as your lawyer. Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. My bestest, greatest friend. I just worry that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh, no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman... What a wretched reason! I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray, gay people aren't real. Not in the 1900s. Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and dawning eyes. No, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing. Marry me. Yes, you did mention that once or twice.
Mamma mia! You should be pleased. It means you look as convincing as a man. Well, a femboy at best, but that's just as good.
I am pleased. I think it certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face in all this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. No, that's how I always am. Sato, you do believe me, don't you? Well, would you believe me if I told you I don't know anything about the case? Oh, no, fuck. I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. Except for all the weird dreams I have about you, but that's neither here or there. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you to the bitter end of this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once.
Mamma mia! You're going it runs away. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty.
Oh, stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run that fast.
Well, Susato certainly surprised your father. Going to such a lengths to be admitted into the courtroom and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. It would only make her worry if she found that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. I didn't want to burden her with that.
And it is true the reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student. You know, wink wink. My little honey bunny, what would you like for dinner tonight? Little sushi? A little mikotoba? Oh wait, that's my last name. I don't know many of these words. I'm not actually Italian. I'm more like a ravioli man.
Thank you, Father.
Oh, yakisoba, that's the one!
I'm Susato Mikatoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, and due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here? I wonder. Still, I have no choice but to steel myself for the trial ahead.
Listen, you can't... Oh, never mind. Yes, you can, actually. Maybe not in this time century, but yeah.
Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo? Who the bloody hell was this Naruhodo? Here we go. Ah, yeah, there he is.
This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Mimbami.
The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency.
Oh, I do actually love that outfit for her. She's so cute. Oh.
Defense counsel, are you ready?
Yes, Your Excellency, we're ready.
You ready?
Oh my god, she's acting just like... okay.
Oh, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo, is that correct?
Yes, I always wished that I had Naruhodo's last name. Sorry?
Oh yes, I had come up with a suitable male name for you on this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Well, counsel.
Yes, that's right, that's me. Yes, I'm Ryutaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Oh. You can call me the wife of Mr. Ryunosuke. Brother wife.
It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better to upload this manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wild eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo.
Ah, a fresh face in this courtroom if I'm not mistaken. But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Currently in Britain is a part of a study program. This is
his cousin. His married cousin. Married to him. I'm gonna throw up.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's saying. Shut up, you're gonna get us kicked out. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any of Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them? Just bring any of them in here and we can do a game show type thing.
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused has to call on a country boy.
How dare you! Susato is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I won't have you making fun of her.
Her?
Oh, please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not.
I'm so nervous.
Hey, big boss.
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit.
Yeah. Sure.
The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock? Oh, dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom.
9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing right now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was a student at the time, not even the law, he passed the test with the flying colors. Auchi is a real evil and intimidating horse, huh?
Hey, Mr. Right. I mean, Naruhodo. I mean, Ryunosuke. I mean, Ryutaro.
For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be a piece of cake.
So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions?
Spaghetti. 21. No. 24. Square. The square root of. It's time to prove myself.
Aw.
Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make this simple.
Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Phew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried. The victim was Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, if I'm not mistaken.
What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are want to be blank.
Not surprising, really. It is your first time in the position, and guys, even the brightest spark like you is bound to flicker and falter and a little under the circumstances.
Oh dear, this is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course, the court record.
Did you ask me about what I think about the list of names from Morse code? I don't know if you asked, but I thought the list of names were targets. Because half of them wound up dead. To be fair, the other half were alive, but I think at least one or two of them are alive and the other were dead. So I was like, maybe they're, targets for somebody. The Reaper, perhaps? Just an out of the blue guess.
Yes, the answers will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right. Just use R1 to open the court record. Then you'll need to flip it to the people section with R1. And don't take too long to over it. His Excellency is watching you very closely.
All right, check the court record with R1. Where the information I need will be.
I'm waiting, Counsel. What's the name of the victim in this case?
He was killed in an accident, true. But I don't know, it's Ace Attorney.
Was it really an accident? I don't know.
That's just my guess, really. I don't know what else it could be, especially since Kazuma was on there. But he was supposed to... He had a great purpose in Britain that we'd never found out. I don't know, that's my only guess at the moment. Oh, wait, let's look at this. Giselle Brett, female, British, time of death, 11th of August, around 2 p.m. Ascertained by examination and witness statements. Cause of death, single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction was observed in both the victim's eyes. Okie dokie. Giselle Brett. Eugene Mikitova. Taketsuchi Auchi. I kind of want to say, I kind of want to just say it was him. Bro, he'll be a victim if he keeps, battering us.
Yes.
Oh my god, even she says yes too. Okay.
name of the victim who lost her life in the case is Miss Giselle Brett. I think it was a Mr. 1 Phoenix Wright. Giselle Brett.
A name that will be never forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, for sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history?
Because she was a no-good, down-bad murderer? And killed a certain someone's dad?
Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago.
So they're just gonna gloss over the fact that Mario here was sick? And that's why we're back in Japan? Like, they're just gonna... He's completely fine now? Just meant nothing? Alright. It's just a way to get her out of the story for some reason.
But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of... a killer.
Queen Victoria? Yes. Huh?
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer.
Is this Mario talking or me? I don't...
At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. It was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba. Oh, that's me, Mario. Oh, mamma mia. Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was the matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Japan. Sorry. I yawn. Miss Brett had evidently admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion.
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed!
Only the day before?
That will do. I'm satisfied with that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh.
Well, good. Thank you, Your Excellency. I only had to answer 2 questions, surprisingly, and then you guys did the rest of the talking. Sure, that's fine.
Now, a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor AUCHI.
Praise the sun! You know, like the rising sun of Japan. It's a Dark Souls reference and a real-world reference. It works in several ways. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th of August in broad daylight.
Oh, that beach looks so nice.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. Oh, sorry. Bathers, of course. Bathers. Blathers. Animal Crossing. Oh. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Membami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
Are we seriously doing another locked room mystery? Again? Again? Again, again? Alright. I guess it wasn't a locked room. At least.
Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about, what...
Powerful motive. He didn't give a motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand?
I beg your pardon?
No matter. Let us put this to the accused, shall we? Membami-san, you're a research student at the Imperial UMA University, I believe.
Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikatoba in his laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that the defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Well, fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Why are you such a fucking liar? Prior to your work with Professor Mikatoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago?
The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
I'll kill her! I mean, she's already dead. I'll stay quiet now. Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh, Ray, be careful what you're saying. Oh, alright. I forgot I'm a murderer.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel on what he said about
being alone together.
Mimbami-san? Yes, what is it? What was your name? Naruhodo-san? I'm starting to wish we'd made my alias Ryutaro Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. I'm not jealous or anything, I just want to know. Just curious, of course. Why you would be alone with her, not me at a bathing spot, you know. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett, for starters. I was asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But why would you do that if you were filled with hatred for her?
But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else! Except for maybe a peeping AUCHI, but we won't talk about that one. The truth is, there's only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No!
Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited, that's the word, to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. My goodness, I just don't understand words today.
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let him goad you.
Oh dear, this is really terrifying. My father's right, we need more information. If I may, Prosecutor AUCHI.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot?
My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to its foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't have even the bitest of courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with the dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
But in fact, murder took place. Also, what's the bet that this detective was the murderer? I mean, he was the only other guy there. You know, what if he did it? Just saying.
I said, don't look at me. It was the young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
He would never, of course. The only other guy there that we know of at the moment? Come on. I mean, it's not like we've had other detectives who are evil murderers. No, that's never happened. There's no precedent for that.
I wasn't to provoke a man if you don't need to. I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now.
Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was only a temporary until Miss Brett's expedition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment.
Sorry for having hiccups. I guess it's from lunch.
So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm dead on the ground. Now, alright. Is that wine or grape juice? I need to know.
Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have been.
I mean, under the table. Yeah, I hit it under the table with fucking half a, like, barely any tablecloth covering them. If they were stupid, you know, they wouldn't have noticed the big fucking chunky legs peeping out. Maybe. Maybe they hid in the suitcase.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence.
But, like, it wasn't a locked room either, so anybody could have come in. And if it happened really fast, then, you know, our defendant wouldn't have been able to see anything. Easily, you know, pinned for murder. Especially with our, you know, lackluster investigative skills here in the 1900s.
As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case.
Like what, bullshitter?
Well, I did my own reenactment of the crime, and you'll see it's flawless. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
Witnesses, like plural? So not just the detective?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
Oh yeah, a highly respected person. I'm sure they've never done anything bad. Ever.
Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses.
I, Takatsuchi Archie, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh, yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse, when that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Ryunosuke Naruhodo!
What? Yes?
This insult to the Archie family name will never be forgotten.
You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that.
Yeah. Wap, wap, wap.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
And the start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been one major miracle atop my head. My little spiral, like a little cinnamon. Observe the AUCHI growth. See? You see this seed of hope sprouting forth from this barren expanse on my crown?
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. It's very hypnotizing. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where's the hope exactly?
I said silence! Today I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides of this trial. The prosecution and defense has much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
Well, some people find the hair very important. Oh my... What? You two? What? Huh? What? Well, now what? Oh, no. Well, okay, neither of them are the murderers. I think. Come on, man. Come on, man. Oh, I guess just because I know them doesn't mean they're not the killer, but... but come on. They're little babies. They're babies! No, I really didn't think he'd be the detective. I didn't even know he went back to Japan. I thought he was... I didn't even know where he was. Honestly.
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can go undetected. And this is my friend, Mr. Turtle. Please, greet him as you do me.
I am, well, the next big thing in the books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes! Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, sensational success by Sosuke Natsume!
Alright, what's the bet? It's his little assistant there. I've never seen you before. Little cretin. Look at him.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You need be in awe of me.
I needn't.
It's only natural that you'd feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Sosuke, even.
Yeah. What are the Sosuke-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That Otto fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know. I presume Sosuke-san would have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him.
So has it technically... I know it's been like, what, 6 months-ish? Has everybody aged up a year? Oh no, apparently Ray's the same age, so no. We're still the same, I think. Okay. Might even be in the same year.
And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Do I have something on my face? This is Mr. Turtle. Please, if you're to refer to him as well. Hosonaga and Mr. Turtle. Or Mr. Turtle and Hosonaga. Whichever you prefer.
Your glasses, for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, isn't it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san?
Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture.
On the morning of the incident,
At the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with the researcher from the medical science department. The professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikatoba? Father? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about two former students who'd studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. You practically threw that paper at me. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course.
At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as that detective accompanies her.
That detective, I am at liberty to divulge, was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hasunaga. And don't forget my reliable partner, Mr. Turtle.
Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems.
It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. He's still sick. But fortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... Sure. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you do have something on your face now.
How unsightly, I do apologize.
Does that mean you went to the beach too, Father?
No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place.
Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
very well, I must, sorry, I was tired little judge today.
2 yawns, both on the judge character. Coincidence?
Very well. I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all you witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Of course, Your Excellency.
Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret.
Alright. First witness testimony. Hey. I do kind of wish they brought in some new music. I can understand why they didn't, but... You know. The AUCHI game's soundtrack was a bop, so I'm not too upset about it. But it would have been nice to get, like, a, different witness theme at least. But yes, okay. I am gonna scurry off to the bathroom real quick. And I will be back. I'm gonna grab a drink, too. keep myself quenched while I have to do,
A certain prosecutor? Of course. I will be right back.
I back. I is back. I is back again. There's nothing interesting up there to drink, so I guess I'm just stuck with Pepsi Max. Yippee! Or water. I have both.
It looks as though only a few drinks to have. Oh dear.
I just got an email from Nintendo saying like, you interested in some pre-interest for the pre-purchasing of a Switch 2? It's like, guys, you'll release the pre-orders for Switch 2 like on the day, and most places still aren't sold out. I think EB Games has one sold out version, but I think everyone else still has theirs. I'll check while we're on a BRB. Why not? Kind of funny, and it's just like, yeah, you have a chance. It's like, okay. You don't just have like a bunch of consoles you can fucking sell, you're Nintendo. I mean, like, you make them. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm looking now. Hold on. Hold the phone. My internet is not switching to the downstairs one. Good. Great. Glad. Oh my god, hurry up. There we go. You know, both are still in stock here. It's really funny. I thought the Switch 2 was going to sell out everywhere, like, really fast. If not in the first day, definitely in the first week. But I guess Nintendo stuck to their word and they made a lot of them. And I guess, like, all of our major retailers got a bunch, so... It makes sense. Yeah, the Mario Kart one's still available at AB. Okay. JB. Do a little check at JB. Da-da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da. Yeah. They still got both. Bum 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 ba ba ba. Bum 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 ba ba ba. Can you believe that the re-releases of like Kirby and the Forgotten Land, Zelda Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom are more expensive than the brand new 3D Donkey Kong game, which has a good chance of being better than all of those games? That's crazy to me. That's crazy talk. All right. Let's get back to lawyering, I suppose. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found a pair in question. Yes, that young girl was astride with the Englishwoman dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved that to me that the victim, that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times.
Indeed, it does appear from this testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moment of this heinous crime.
Now, if you will recall, I promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence.
What have you there, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it?
Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. And please refer to Mr. Turtle as well. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more.
Oh, goodness me! Yes, the victim is clearly grasping something quite deliberately there in her hand.
That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency.
The owner's initials have been engraved into the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant.
No!
This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence.
So, have I omitted anything?
I don't know. We'll see. Wait, I can't examine it? Okay, that's weird. Aw, cute. He's got his kitty. Kitty! Hey, it looks like the newspaper's been like scrawled with something. You see that? What is that? Glass has been spilt of whatever they were drinking.
Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to ascribe guilt, I feel.
I don't understand. The prosecutor AUCHI of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now.
Okay, alright.
Naruhodo-san!
Naruhodo. Why couldn't he be here doing this instead? Holding my hand. Telling me everything's gonna be okay. Showing me how to lawyer. That means... Oh, yes, me.
Is there another Naruhodo in this courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom.
Cousin Ryotaro, please pull yourself together.
Please. Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do. Dad, Professor Mikatoba, hand me that Pepsi.
You got it!
Let's get to work.
Alright, well, I mean, how many times was she stabbed? Single. Yep, that was it. Okay. You guys always get caught up on the multiple stab wounds thing.
Objection! Objection!
Whoa.
With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-sama have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
Well, what's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. What? Everybody does this. Everybody in the Naruhodo clan. You see, this is called the objection point. Whenever I yell objection, I usually point directly at you and make a menacing stare to get you to reveal all your lies.
Who, what, where, when, how?
Not you, Sosuke-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
Me?
In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. But you made one fatal flaw. When you addressed me, you did not address Mr. Turtle as well. He is my partner. Please, please, refer to him as Mr. Turtle. As I said, when I entered the hut, the defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What?
Get to the point, please, counsel.
In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Oh!
In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is a bunch of baloney, is clearly flawed. And Sosuke-san?
Me?
You claim to have seen Mimbami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did, wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes. And?
Well, it's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife. If that single stabbing hadn't already occurred.
True. Then what exactly is your contention, counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Sosuke-san in fact saw was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment that the defendant in fact withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
That can't be!
Why are they both in sandals? Put on some goddamn sneakers, you freaks. I'm getting him. I'm yoking.
Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with the objection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in a trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection. He said it like this. Objection. Oh, what a cute little rapscallion. Attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. Then it was at that moment, just as she withdrew the blade, ready for her next strike, the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood, because the accused had already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustached author is prone to moments of extravagance.
I'm in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant was seen wielding the blade at all, that is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we are back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too. The prosecution demands an explanation. Oh, and it better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular. Just like a chain jump.
What does father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Hold on, I need to sneeze.
Whoa! Caught my controller mid-sneeze. Whoa!
Truth is, I don't really know.
You know, the defendant's standing right there. She could, maybe give a reason. Maybe. Just ask her, maybe. Let her say something. I don't know. I'm allergic to bullshit. Oh. Sorry for all the crunkling and crinkling and such. Don't know what's gotten into me. Pollen, no doubt. Pollen or dust.
The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out from the victim's body is so that she could...
Save her life. Hide the knife.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's thought that she may have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that quite clearly indicates her killer.
But the point is, being a medical research assistant, Mbami-san was compelled to act when faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Do you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect from this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may.
Speak, witness.
I would like another opportunity to testify in respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the yokel defense counsel, I mean.
Slipshod?
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the defense counsel's assertion.
Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Here we go again. Is this objection going to be also as obvious? Let's see. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
I don't know, maybe she forgore? Is what you just said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Yes. And for God's sakes, please, talk to Mr. Turtle as well. He was there. Think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Until the doctor's ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
This is why yokels should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have some basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see, or pulled a blade out of a wound.
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true what they're telling me?
Yes, it's a basic remedial knowledge for medics, Ray. Ray would be all too familiar with it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
Well, maybe she just wasn't fucking thinking. I mean, she'd just been murdered right in front of her. I mean, you know, anybody would try to help at that point, right? Most people. But then, why would Ray have done it? Would she have pulled the knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Breath?
I don't know. Nah. Susato,
Yes?
pull yourself together. Your Excellency, why do they keep calling Ryotaro? Susato? Wasn't that weird young lady who was, I don't know, the daughter of Mr. Mario over here? I mean, he just screamed it at the top of his lungs. I mean, you'd think they'd want to keep it a little hush-hush if it was all, you know, a secret. Ugh. You mustn't lose the sight, though, while we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I'll be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but fuck it. Am I right?
Do 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 do. A deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in a fatal hemorrhage. Meiosis pupil constriction was observed in the victim in both eyes. Basic knowledge. Huh?
Hold it!
The defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
But irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? I mean, you know, silly women and all, with all of our crazy emotions and mood swings, am I right, men? Am I right, fellow men?
Yes, she's so right. You wouldn't believe my daughter.
Dad.
All right, you're my daughter.
Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views.
What the hell? This is the 1900s. Everybody's supposed to be bigoted.
Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much.
Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? That should cover the medical side of the argument.
Hold it!
Whatever the motive, It just isn't in San's nature to do something so awful.
I tried to say Sama. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against.
But you don't know the defendant.
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law.
Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
Yeah, keep yucking it up in your ivory tower, AUCHI. Coming for the last bit of your hair.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please.
Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways the sworn enemy of Membami-san.
Hold it!
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant, despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual.
Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with the opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities.
Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
So, Sato, it's at times like these, especially when it's important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in a courtroom, isn't it? I think perhaps you're forgetting something. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can and must examine it in greater detail as well.
I know what to do. Have I really not actually been able to so far because I needed to get Mr. Mario's say-so? Because I tried to examine the pen before. Yep, I needed to get told I can do it. Oh, thanks, guys. Totally didn't already know that.
If we take off the pen's lid... Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? This must be the little reservoir that holds the ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nib.
Is something wrong, Father?
It's just it doesn't actually appear to be any ink in here, that's all.
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. It could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
There's a very small amount of liquid still inside. Does that prove she was using it?
There's some sort of emblem here, look. But it isn't a Yume University one.
It must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray.
Ah, there we go.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett was clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message too.
To identify her killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence.
Okay, well, I got the pen updated, but there's no info on the pen. Can I examine the newspaper now fully? Oh, yeah, I can. Hold up. Wait a minute. Doot, doot, doot. Seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab?
What did I? Let me see that. The poison had been stolen.
In this morning's paper... Oh. In this morning's paper that Sosuke-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing as it is for the head of the laboratory, I did not. I never heard of such a thing. How on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning the story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I'd put Ray in charge of the project.
Ray, she was managing it?
If what is written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully.
Raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Sosuke-san, is it, Father? Looks as though it was quite the exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture his moment and his hand karate chopped on my neck.
Hope you weren't hurt.
Poison article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsume on the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed by the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Currently, the methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids, and rumored to have been commissioned by the military.
Hey, Stinky! Hey, Stinky!
Objection!
Oh, that's not it? Maybe I gotta press it.
Hey!
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem? Does that mean if you used due care and attention it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
Maybe on the next one?
Objection!
Oh. Well, that's why she pulled it out, because she would have thought there was poison on it. Oh. God damn it.
Objection!
God damn it. Of course it's the last one.
No, there is one possibility. Hold on, I just gotta blow my nose again. Sorry, apologies. I'll actually mute for this one, so it's not grossing everybody out. Okay, I is back. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the blade from the victim's wound.
What?
The yokel not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance to this case.
But
Prosecutor AUCHI will let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article, the court cannot rely on the kind of heresy those wretched publications carry.
Counsel for the defense. I'm going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency!
yes, of course. Thank you.
Explained in the article where it says... Oh, hold on, I need to look at it again. Okay, yeah, deadly in tiny quantities.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the blood, when the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting...
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Bambami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is... it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
What?
Objection!
This is complete and utter nonsense!
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife from the victim's body to not accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in this document.
Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking over.
Objection!
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind.
Maybe you should read a little further in AUCHI that investigators cannot identify the poison, and Yume University would have to be, you know, contacted.
The poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, and as I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that, but the information in this wretched newspaper article isn't at all reliable anyway.
In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
I did really suspect the stolen poison was involved. Well, if you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What?
You can't possibly.
From your expression, Counsel, it appears those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times. From my place at his side in the Old Bailey. Kill the fucking shitty robot. Die, you fiend.
In that case, Counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article?
Looking straight to both eyes.
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. If there was an extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes.
what are you doing, you yokel detective?
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute constriction of the pupils prior to death. Contraction, of course. Sorry, nervous.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely... Yes, as a medical research student, she would have suspected poison immediately, without a doubt. Prosecutor AUCHI? I think you'll agree. This is a very compelling evidence.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for the defendant's actions.
No.
Eugen Mikotoba.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please.
It pains me to have to admit, but I'm afraid I don't know.
You don't know?
The toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft.
Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded?
No, Your Excellency, without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Nah, listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper.
I take a full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. Father.
What a pitiful sight for a university professor. You should have more control of your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees.
That's totally unfair.
Oh my god, look at this guy. About to shit himself.
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
Mommy-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated.
But it was me. I stole the poison. I wanted to poison my dad. He's such a meanie. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that Professor and Sosuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. Why didn't you let me know immediately? I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had already been somehow taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? Oh, you don't mean... Yes, of course, it was the dainty Englishwoman.
Miss Giselle Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on the stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, no. Whatever do you mean? And then... she suddenly got to her feet. before falling to her knees in front of me and collapsing to the floor.
Yeah, okay. That definitely proves she was stabbed through the hay. Stabbed through the house. The shack. It was made of straw, right? So, I mean, probably easily done. Yeah, you could fit a knife through there. Look, there's even a little slit right there where she was sitting.
That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it.
In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything pass Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. The blade of the knife in her back.
And that train of thought must have spurred you to withdraw the blade.
Yes, if the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I'd hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Mamma mia.
Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now. Never mind.
Your Excellency, do not be deceived! The victim just collapsed before your eyes, so you say. Well, Bobby-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed?
But before that, I gotta turn my fan on. It's not that hot today, but it's getting to the point where I'm sweating in here, so... Apologies for the noise pollution I'm about to commit. Ooh! Ooh, ooh, ooh. My shit got shipped. Yippee! Let's go. I bought a new hoodie the other day. Our EB Games got a bunch of new, like, apparel items, and they had a Crash Bandicoot hoodie, and guys, we barely ever get any Crash apparel here, so I had to get it. $80 later, but it's on its way. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. It's supposed to come on Wednesday, but there's probably a good chance it might come tomorrow. Alright. Let me turn on my fan. Oh my god, and another thing as well. You know how a while ago, well, I guess only a few people would know this, but I bought a Jeff the Landshark hoodie from Marvel Rivals, and, you know, I really love Jeff, and I really wanted an apparel piece from Marvel Rivals, and there was none here, or any official that I could find, so I ended up getting a Redbubble, or like, you know, akin to that. I don't actually remember which website it was, but it was that kind of thing. Sorry, I'm turning on my fan. But, yeah, so I bought that, and then going through the new apparel, they have a fucking official Jeff hoodie that looks way better. Well, not hoodie, but a Jeffel. An official Jeff shirt, and it looked really good. And now I feel silly. Though I really do like my Jeff hoodie. It's really comfortable for some reason. Like, some shitty, like, product from one of those sites, like, shouldn't feel good. My other piece of merch from there doesn't. But for some reason, that Jeff hoodie is really comfy. But it's just like stolen art, you know? So it's like, well... Well, now I gotta tie my hair up. May as well have put on fucking BRB. How long this is taking. Hope you guys are doing good, though. Another day closer to Switch 2, eh? It's only about... well, it's almost a month. It's almost just a single month before we can get our hands on that delicious little console. Ow. There we are. Okie dokie.
Well, Membami-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed?
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Well, oh, I have evidence. And it is very much conclusive.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor AUCHI.
My secret third witness. Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student.
What?
I'd imagine there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. But you've brought this upon yourself.
Hey, it's that weird crack again! What is that? Is that not her just pulling the knife out? It's nothing, of course. The fuck is that? What is that? The world is cracking apart.
This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature.
I think she was just determined to get the poison out of her system. I got that poison in my system. Poison in my system. Man, I gotta. Oh, I hate some.
For it shows the precise moment that Membami-san plunged her dagger into the victim's back.
No, that's not true. No! I don't believe it.
No.
I don't know about you, Auchi, but when you plunge something into someone's back, do you do it dual-fisted in the upwards motion?
Order, order, order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokels are slow to mind and slow to mature.
Yeah, that's it. I'll show you slow to mature. Careful now, Sudato is starting to show her face here.
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof.
I love giving respect and then not receiving respect. It's so nice.
The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
I can't believe he's had a photograph like this up his sleeve this entire time. It's such a stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Yep, okay, my random assertion that it was his assistant is correct then. You outplayed me when I didn't press the button to kill you. I think this just means every time you have the opportunity to do that, just fucking, just clobber him.
It's clobbering time!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Sorry, I didn't know. That's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demands. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print arrived at the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Well, I guess we can just say that's a cracked lens. So we can determine it's the same person who took the photo of the interview, which was of the same day of the poison being stolen.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for submission as evidence in the Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you know that it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor. What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged in the victim's back, but
The moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste the court's time with your ramblings.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. The scene it captures is without doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. The defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, and I believe the conclusion is clear.
oh no.
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you've established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Guess we just have to prove it somehow.
You'll have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to the provinces. And to rue the day you come up against Takatsuchi AUCHI in the court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial's gonna come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of working out who took it.
Well, counsel?
Your Excellency, the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is...
I have the answer.
This isn't about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you so boldly claim that you can, please enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I'm unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. Did you really believe you could...
However, I am able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
Very well then, counsel. Present your proof to the court. What is that? The newspaper again? Raccoos, England returnees tell all.
It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. If you look at it closely, You'll notice that there are some white lines on the right-hand side.
Yes, indeed. They had already caught my eye as it happens.
What of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like.
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I can assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph,
Good gracious!
yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph too.
Objection!
Well, that tells us nothing. Yeah, yes, it's a shadow of some kind, definitely, from the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council.
What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? A camera defect.
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes, we can confidently say that the camera lenses must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
But what? There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of the particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor AUCHI, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article.
A newspaper.
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
Minute Pooh? What? Is that the name of your guy?
I see why you were called the Recluse England returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Mini Memo, I tell you! Mini Memo! Memo!
Sasuke-san, what was that? Did you say Minamemo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shoyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiden Mini Memo. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk.
Now that he mentions it,
Off the beaten path, I was like, okay, that's the murderer. I was right. It's him. And look, it's the same icon from the pen. Bro is the murderer.
A camera to the left of him, notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Raiden Mini Memo. So you're saying that this picture was taken by Mini Memo? Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire. Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to the courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
Oh, and one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood?
Myth. Mini Memo.
be continued. Oh boy.
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. And that's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato, I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor, please! It's not weird. But you do look God, touch me, please. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. By the hair. I'm no better, you know. Huh? Even though in my heart I knew that you'd pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when, in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! I'm sorry. After I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you always and always be on your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no.
I think any situation has taught about you a valuable lesson. Always eat your greens. Mario, make sure. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now, so... Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me? Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be my gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes. So dashing.
Oh, Ray.
I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing onto the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she possibly could have been stabbed like that.
Mamma mia. A great mystery indeed.
Yeah, we already figured it out. She got stabbed from through the hut by the reporter.
I still can't believe it happened. And that's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. It'll be alright. However it happened and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikatoba, even though none of us are lawyers. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison's going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colleague of mine off earlier to deliver some to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in the case. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
Oh, wait a minute. Perhaps she was stabbed with the pen. First? The ink cartridge was empty. I mean, you could have put the poison in the pen, maybe. That's a strange way to look at it, but perhaps.
It's the newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret.
Oh, you know why. It was the reporter.
What's all that Englishwoman's doing? Huh? It was when the professor and Sosuke-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swanned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikatoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guests would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Sosuke-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then, Sosuke-san knew about the poison.
Yes, it's highly likely. The reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
Yes, many memos, son. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I very much doubt anyone would have wanted him to be there.
Oh?
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sosuke-san pointed out that the inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Yet he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel! We've just heard that the new witness is now about ready to testify. The trial's about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense attorney, Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Mia's put her faith in me now told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that she's telling the court what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
Oh boy, here we go. It seems like this is going to be a shorter tutorial case, because surely we're going to figure it out all in this testimony.
I hereby call this court to order, as we reconvene to continue the trial of Ray Mimbami. Mimbami, sorry. Prosecutor AUCHI, have you summoned the new witness?
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
No?
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess, the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yuma University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Giselle Brett's life.
Excellent. I admire your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind.
I had the regent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it should have been there in time.
But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And counsel, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere alongside its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the regent, the test is extremely simple. They wouldn't have made a mistake.
In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution's ready to call the new witness.
The newspaper reporter who managed to capture the photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison on the knife.
Well, we know where it is.
But if that's really the case, how could the toxin have entered the victim's body? Depend.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Writing a memo of the Show You News. I'm what people like to call a journo.
What's a journal, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm where there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch the scoops, so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing, the nice guy of news.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well, what have we here?
I'm sorry.
Oh, brace yourselves, people. Mini memo sent as a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court.
Now, careful, she's still underage.
The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
Oh, by the way, my name is Taketsuchi AUCHI. That's Taketsuchi AUCHI. Yes, of course. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. What? Some old bald guy? Yeah, no, that's not the hot news of the day.
Witness.
Yeah?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for taking this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a journo if I didn't click quick with the presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down, but either way, you gotta be fast. fast legs run with, a fast hand to write with. It's no good. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my memoism. No, my dear lad.
Ah, yes, I remember your face. I met the day you were interviewing myself and Zosuke-san.
Yeah, right. That was me. Memo again.
But they were supposed to be going back to show you news offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal left to do as she pleases, just because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse shit! This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see our country's coasts. No, your country, of course. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. To get the woman's story so I can hammer her on the press. Memo. That was about like 3 or 4.
Do you mean to say that you indeed witnessed it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph?
Oh yeah, I saw it with my own 2 journey eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera.
Thank you, Memo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death.
The beach hut was made of a shoddy old reed screen, so there were plenty of gaps I could see through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journo spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Reed screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Just wide enough for a knife to go through. I wouldn't know that, of course. The hut walls were just screens made out of coarsely woven reeds.
Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat.
And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up.
Knowing for the time the appalling invasion of privacy involved? Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yeah, I saw it, the whole thing, start to finish.
And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens?
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart, thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's memoism in a nutshell.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No!
Wonderful news, Your Excellency! Wonderful!
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter.
Why then was the story never published?
It seems clear to me that there were some circumstances at play here that are not yet understood.
More pathetic excuses?
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Alright. Let's press that sumbitch. Let's press that sumbitch hard!
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Being a creep, pervert, pedophile? Spying on underage girls, getting changed to go swimming?
No, I don't know, perhaps because, as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journo as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera as you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. Not even meta-memoism is it's basic journalism.
Only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on?
Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what! When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami's son entering the hut?
Yep, and she was raging like my journo spirit.
And that argument you mentioned, what was it about exactly?
You stole it, I didn't steal it, that kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose?
The student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her any more, there would have been eggs.
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism.
But the student's rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
Really ought to work on his similes first, though.
Anyway, the point is that the woman on the dock was mightily angry. And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place?
Ha! The precise moment. I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed? Right you are. It's all here in my mini memo pad.
Ugh.
When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, but the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
Just sat at the back of the hut smiling sweetly. That's what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment, as I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
What you describe as a grim scene indeed.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what memo-memoism is all about.
By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy, rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'être.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may,
Yes, Professor?
I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
Well, nihilism is the foundation of memo-memoism. I'd be glad to prove that my words aren't meaningless.
And once stepped foot inside the hut, nor spoke with the Englishwoman. I mean, you did speak with her beforehand. Chemical Regent. We didn't look at the knife. Is there anything on the knife that'd be needed?
Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, blood's never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you, dear?
I think this is something else, Father.
Hold it!
Really, you didn't step foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough to snap the shot.
You really should have summoned the help before thinking of your camera.
Memo-memoism and humanism don't always agree. And the most of the time in those instances, memo-memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel to my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making this all up.
Well, we got that new bit. So we did, I think we did press that.
Hold it!
The third one.
The court is fully aware of your desire to capture the incident on film, I'm sure. But why then did you choose to post the photograph anonymously to the police?
I'm afraid I don't understand a word that's coming out of your mouth.
I'm asking why, as a journalist, you decided not to make a story out of the incident.
Think of me as a sculptor who makes art out of the sordid, private details of other people's lives. But I never discuss my own personal life on principle. I mean, that's basic many memoism. It's not something to boast about. No doubt your burning desire to see the truth exposed and justice done was what motivated you. Yeah, that's it. That's brilliant. My burning desire to see something or other exposed.
Must be a good reason why he didn't think to write an article about what he saw, though.
By your own admission, you were outside the hut. How then did you manage to take the photograph?
Oh, yeah, that. I'm glad you asked. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Hold it!
But the two women inside didn't notice.
Shit, obviously not. If they had, where would I be right now? In jail, that's where.
Which you'd think would make you reflect on what you're doing?
Nope. A journalist's job is to collect little snippets of life as unobtrusively as possible. Leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but photos. Yep, that's spot on.
You just make that up.
The point is, the witness risked life and limb to obtain this photograph. And this photograph reveals the whole truth. There's nothing more to be said.
Well, I guess we gotta point out that he did speak to her, but do we have evidence of that?
Objection!
No. Yeah, it refilled my objection bars. Didn't even realize. That's nice. Am I sure I... Okay, I wasn't sure if I did this one, so let me just press it. But I think this is the one where we asked him to explain. Yeah. Maybe it's the other article. The one about the poison. Surely he was the one to do that. And how else would he know about the poison?
Objection!
Nope. Okay. Perhaps I should save. Okay, we went into the hut. He pizzaed the hut. Let's see. There are a lot of footprints there, actually. More than you would expect. Maybe that's it.
Objection!
Nope. Nope. Objection, aw dang it. 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 Where did he view it from? Oh yeah, but if he viewed it from like where he said he viewed it, then she couldn't have pulled her down? Is that it?
Objection!
No. Ah, shit. I really hope I'm not missing a press, because that has been my downfall a bunch.
Hold it!
Maybe I gotta press something else again. Like, did he mention talking to the girl?
Hold it!
Actually saw Bonnie-san entering the hut. Yeah, I did do that one. Okay. Mario, why did you get this one added to the testimony, my guy? Ugh. Ba 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 ba. Ugh. No trace of poison was found on the blade. Oh, wait. Of course, it's the pen. It's his fucking pen.
Objection!
Duh. I completely overlooked that. I was just stuck on the fact that he had talked to her before.
Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's more meta-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What are you suggesting with those recommendatory words, Counsel?
Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are graved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Balmy.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.?
No!
Right in Memo. R.M.
That's horseshit! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of meta-memoism is being a pencil user.
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, is a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently.
Your favorite fountain pen, that is?
Horsey horse shit!
Memo-san, son, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in the beach hut?
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse! Exactly! Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything.
There must be as many people with the initials RM are there in, stars in the sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need to anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there's another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who the owner really is.
In that case, Counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course.
Boom. Got it!
As well as the initials, there is also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Memo-san, how do you respond?
No! Ah, shit!
Order, order. Explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yeah, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, Shoyu's news reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before?
What exactly was this?
Well, as I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed up in her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as many memoists say, the people who don't pay their dues are unworthy news.
However insignificant you deem it to be, the court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired.
Got it, yeah, alright, but on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Sosuke Natsume-san.
Sosuke-san?
Oh yeah, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves. It's not a harmless one, it's big. What? Memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story.
Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instant. Officer, summon the earlier witness to the back to the stand.
Sosuke-san is hiding something?
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed with the other witnesses came running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked this woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why Memoism demands I reveal it now.
I just asked where the nearest bathroom was. I was busting. You mean to say the victim...
The victim regained consciousness?
Well,
And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true, yes.
Yeah, he did. And that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous! Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question, I don't deny it, but she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. The court must and will know the truth.
Yeah, I'm sure he definitely did not, stab her at all with the pen before he left. Or maybe he did it secretly.
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year.
About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life?
Well, that's not the way I phrased it. Many memoism calls for straight talking. Why'd you murder Dr. Wilson? That's how I put it to her.
Yeah, that sort of talking is straight as a ruler.
Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Yeah, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there.
Really, something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was a very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any minimalist will tell you that. And let him think you've left, and that's just when they lower their guard. That's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I got nothing to hide. For realsies.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Hold it!
And Sosuke-san remained behind in the hut?
That's right, yep. Our Rotha friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me was traveling aboard. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were grasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Sosuke-san. His experiences in London have really scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to a meted Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please.
And now we came to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Rider-Man? Mount with it, you yokel hack! What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying Englishwoman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
Do you have any medicine left? One. I have one. I have one pill left. Getting a headache. Maybe it's from screeching my head off as ouchie.
Ouchie mama! Oh boy!
Hold on. Oh, and look at that. I gotta do a hydrate anyway. I didn't even see that. There we are. Ooh, that is some cold water.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, so I suppose, even for a grown man. Then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran to the beach to see what was happening. To find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin!
What did you ask her, Sosuke-san?
I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... I understand you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously, of course. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will!
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks the question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind.
Twice?
Do we know of the second time?
I mean, we know of the first one.
Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know where the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear, Sosuke-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia.
But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Riderman?
Well, yes, all right. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed at the direction of the defendant.
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant?
And let me guess, she was standing right before where the, the hole in the thingy was, where she would have been stabbed while she was sitting.
Sosuke-san, is this really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was brought out on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked who did this to you, the Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No.
Sosuke-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the girl was standing. Somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mentioned that your memory of events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear.
Yes, that's it, unclear. Very, very unclear.
Your Excellency! Surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may have barely been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But if it was even slightly in her direction, I'm sure, she's the culprit.
Well, what if I'm to say that the direction she pointed was a straight line directly to your house, Mr. AUCHI?
It cannot be! But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No, no!
Yeah, well, the headline's writing itself. Dashin' lawyers' hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father.
Damn, Susato, did you consider having an innocent client? Like, somebody completely trustworthy and not a criminal?
We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
I take it then the defense has nothing further to add.
So the Kenneth Yokel student's luck finally runs out. Well, I can't say I'm surprised.
A brain blast minigame in this section? I wish. I miss those little brain blasts. H37 better have them. And they better be... Well, I like the idea of the brain blast, but to be fair, they didn't really use them all too well. Like, by the time you do a brain blast, you've kind of figured everything out, pretty much, and they don't really reveal anything. So I would hope that maybe the brain blast would uncover, something new or something along those lines. Or, bring back the investigations thing. Logic. Honestly, the little logic puzzle pieces could fit. They do usually do, and only the characters don't know who did it, yeah. Mind chest. I think mind chest and logic should come back, definitely. Like, investigations isn't actually that different from main Ace Attorney. Like, the only difference really is that you don't do courtroom scenes, but you do testimonies, you do, arguments, you do the whole thing. And those two extra little bits, they're not too far off what you already do, and it works to, piece things together. I don't know why we can't have both. God, Ace Attorney 7 is going to be so packed if they do all these ideas. We'll have Apollo's powers, we'll have Athena's powers, probably some spirit tuning. We'll have Edgeworth's logic and mind chess, we'll have fucking brain blast moments. We'll be able to flip and turn all of our evidence around. We'll have an open hub where you can go and explore a proper investigation mode where it's not all just a bunch of 2D screens. We'll finally get Phoenix Wright laid.
Where was the real culprit hiding, and how did he or she stab the victim?
Yeah, I don't know.
Objection!
Yeah, I think they might take a lot of inspiration from investigations, because that really did... I mean, it's in the name. They really put a lot of work into the investigation portion. But honestly, just take your time, Capcom. Just make a super dense Ace Attorney game. Just take all the time you need. You were kind of pumping these out pretty quick. Just take all the time you need. Make a really perfect game. All right. I want a nice, big, chunky, meaty experience. 10-case Ace Attorney game 1. I know, the game I'm imagining in my head that I keep referring to, I'm imagining there's gonna be like 10 plus cases in it, and it's gonna have like a game-wide story arc with a bunch of mini ones, maybe some side quest cases, maybe, or some like little side things to do with the characters, like I don't know, helping Trucy do a magic show or something like that, or you know, along those lines. I think would be really, really cool. Maybe you can do like the Spider-Man 2 thing where you can switch between the main cast and in these states, and then Apollo and Kyuden, unless he's back in the States in that game. I don't know. They could just resume once he gets back to the States. Like that's the catalyst for the story is Apollo. Hey, Apollo's back. Wow. That was a quick stint in Kyuden. Yeah, it is. I want them to change it. I want them to make a big overhaul. But keep the investigations and the courtroom battles. I just want to have more time with the characters. I want more characters to get more screen time. These games are very linear. I mean, it's a visual novel. But you can't deny, like, the overworld of Persona would... I think it would fit really well with Ace Attorney. And it would just be nice to just roam around and explore, like, in a physical, actual space. You know? Because Investigations did it. Kinda. I think I can only think of one area, really, where you got to free roam, and that was, in the Blue Badger Park. And that was just, like, what, a 5-minute thing? But you could just, you know, go from, like, one side of the screen to the other. I think it would be cool. Guilty, sentenced to the gulag. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I know probably some people wouldn't like that and would prefer a classic formula. And, of course, I'm okay with them sticking with the formula, but I see a lot of potential here for them changing it up, you know? You know what I'm saying? I think outside the courtroom there could be a lot more. Basically, exactly what Bossman said, make it Persona minus the RPG. Make it more... No, you know what it should be like? What's that game called? Wait. What's it called? Not Yakuza. Wait, is it Yakuza? No. Oh, fuck. What's it called? The Japanese game. I think it's by Sega. No, maybe it's not by... I don't know who it's by. Fuck, what's it called? Where you just go around and you do random shit in town, and there's, like, kind of a story. I want, like, the random shit from the town, but having the Ace Attorney story and characters around that you can talk to. Oh, what's it called? Fuck. I think it starts with an S. Shit. Oh, it's on the tip of my goddamn tongue. Oh, that's gonna drive me crazy. Fuck. What the fuck is it called, dude? I don't even know how to, like, look this up. Shit, it's not, no. Shit. Does anybody have any ideas of what I'm fucking thinking about? Shinmu, is that it? No, that doesn't sound right. I think it's... Shenmue. Oh my god, it was so close. Shenmue! Shenmue is the game I'm thinking about. Yes! Shenmue, you do like a bunch of random fucking shit in the overworld before, like, doing story stuff. Like that kind of weird stuff, but have it be Ace Attorney, and you can go and visit a bunch of, like, old characters and see what they're getting up to, and partake in little, you know, little side quests, little mini games. Maybe collect some stuff that you can decorate your office with. You know, meanwhile progressing the story and doing cases. Like, it would be cool if you could have some sort of a free structure where you can take on, like, 3 cases, you can pick one. Like, you'll end up doing all of them, but you, like, have a choice. That would also be somewhat of a cool idea. Because it's kind of just like, yeah, we got no clients. Oh, there's a client. Cool. We'll do that, then. It's like, oh, we have these 3 clients. Who would you like to take on today?
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was really trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
An alternative theory? None exists.
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
The victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger at the killer's direction.
This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryotaro Naruhodo,
Yes, Your Excellency.
you will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Right here. Right here. Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now. It's almost like we're... I can't even say it. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut?
Yeah, that's crazy talk. Right, everybody? Hey, back me up here. That's crazy.
Order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all!
Yeah, you just pointed out at the exact same spot where I was shining my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about, I can swear to that.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut. There's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Nobody can out-pizza the hut!
Actually, Prosecutor AUCHI, there is a way.
Yeah.
And in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it is precisely the way that Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing! You're bluffing! You!
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
It's a frickin' photograph.
That's the only thing showing the hut, right? Oh, maybe this? Probably this one, I'd have to say. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I guess it was the other one.
Oopsie!
Oopsie poopsie. My mistake.
I mean, it was showing that it was made of the... You know.
Yes.
And there's our first game over. Kind of bullshit, because I think it shows the same thing as to what I was, you know, providing.
Take that.
This one? Fuck you! It shows the same thing.
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this photo print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of such a thing.
Not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be more explicit to the court.
Look closely here.
Also, it's made out of, like, fucking straw. Even if that hole wasn't there, you probably could just, you know.
In the screen at the back of the hut, you could see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No! I can't see such a thing!
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
I mean, they're reeds. Surely the knife would be able to penetrate them normally anyways. What are these, some knife-proof weeds? Like, reeds? Got Mr. Fantastic elasticity or something, you know?
This is extraordinary.
They're made out of steel.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. Just pretend to be surprised since we, figured it out like 8 hours ago. And everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Right in but fuck your last name. Right in, son. It could only have been you.
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not?
Well, I mean, if she was sitting on the chair, got stabbed, and then got to her feet and then fell down, no, that's exactly where you would have fell.
Are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, of course not.
But we're not.
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death,
A stool?
have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was...
Killed while sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen.
Yeah.
Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day.
Something keeps tickling my nose. I don't know what it is. Can we have one stream where I don't sneeze my goddamn head off?
Is that a possibility?
No, apparently not. Fuck.
By your silence, Many Mamo-san.
Well, he won't be making many memos in prison, I can assure you that.
I take it that you don't deny the charge?
This is absurd!
Okay, what the fuck is going on? Help. Fuck my nose. Oh, I was about to sneeze again. Thanks, boss man. Thank you.
Curse you, Perry the Platypus! Curse you, Phoenix Wright!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad that, you know, some people are capable of seeing people's very exasperated, you know, reactions. I'm glad somebody is finally able to see, you know, one of the witnesses fucking completely breaking down and not being like, well, they could still be innocent.
Which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
What? Oh. Membami is the defendant! It threw me for a loop there. I was like, huh, wait a minute. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be! The AUCHI clan can't! Well, what of my growth? My growth of hope!
Ugh. Don't say it like that.
It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this, I won't!
Is that it? No, no way. We gotta prove how the poison got into her, right? He's gonna object. Yeah, okay. He obviously got the poison in her with the pen. Of course.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court of our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Surprising well-meaning citizens, freedom to speak, and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside hut through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in the place at the time to have the hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction.
So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Where she was stabbed and how she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, she was stabbed... whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, this trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness.
What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. Poison? Let's ask Professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, is that correct? And it's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right?
That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are sure sign that it is this particular poison was used.
I see. So, presumably that means, that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed?
Given that her pupils were so clearly constricted, it seems that that was highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
How refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom, in whose back, and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken by the knife, not the poison.
But that cannot be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The fact, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, it turned out to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well...
I mean, stabbing a corpse with the intent to kill, even if you weren't the catalyst to kill, I mean, you can probably still be put away for that. So, like, that doesn't completely clear you of innocence. You know, I wouldn't say that.
How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body?
There is an undeniable, obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and the glass had been knocked over onto the sandy floor of the beach hut.
Okay. Is that carbonated water?
I mean, yeah, I guess it could be. It is in black and white.
But that sand looks way too dark. Not to be like red. Stupid carbonated water strikes again.
The poison could have been slipped into either.
Wait, is this not the same poison that killed the other guy from before? So it would have to enter via a wound, right? Or, wait, let me look at the article again. Oh, via the mouth or via a wound. Okay. I guess it's not. Because before it was only a wound. Alright. Wow, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. That'll make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Established? What are you talking about?
Huh? Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is.
It would seem that this trial is not destined to end after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony.
Great. Couldn't we just, like, prove it was him by showing the pen with the regent already? We know that the poison is in the pen! We figured it out already. Use the pen to put the poison in the drink so she could drink it, and then she would die to that. But then he stabbed her, so it would look like Miss Membami had killed her. Oh, that's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency.
You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim.
Well, I'm a giorno, and I'm a man. I've never tried to run or hide from anything in my life. And I'm not about to start now, because that's minimalism.
Wow, he really can't even say his own name. For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it's right back into obscurity again. So where's this trial going to take us?
Complete innocence. Oh yeah, I stabbed the Englishwoman. And it's the very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her?
When I heard the student girl and the pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts weren't gonna punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
Well, you can blame this miserable country of ours. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged a blade of sweet justice right in there.
That's still illegal, dude.
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to it before me.
You're implicating Ray again.
The argument is sound, certainly. The witness had administered the poison himself. He need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. Yeah, that's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. And after I'd made this much progress in proving his guilt, is he just gonna get away with it now? Thank you, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Do take a shot every time I say final.
Alrighty.
So you admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett, then?
Heh, a woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who'd committed murder right here on the Empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yeah, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So in summary, murderous intentions, then?
Whatever you want to call it, the point of it is this. That Englishwoman, it was a blight. So I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. I'm sure.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered the poison following the witness stabbing the victim. An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. The crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see? That's how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows, you may even learn something here today.
2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite the day for the victim.
Do something that evil and you got it coming.
That's how the law works, the law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You'll reiterate why we're compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
Hold it!
What exactly were you arguing about?
About what happened in the restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. Shouldn't go laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson.
Yes, Dr. H. Wilson. A professor of medicine invited here from England by Professor Mikitoba, no less.
Right, but the English woman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, this is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. Yeah, I was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray?
Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you want.
Yeah, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here, so just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Sato, please, you have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. I'm in the middle of a cross-examination. And who is this Susato you talk about?
Hold it!
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly, he's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom.
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think this court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I regret the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh, thank you so much, Your Excellency. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison.
But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government.
Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikitoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old dead enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it, the whole government. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. Those beautiful succulent fucking lips. Those big DSLs.
Ah, yes. Many Mamo-san, one small question if you don't mind.
Yeah, I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy?
Clearly you were outside the beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article that you heard? About what you heard? Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume University. Sorry, I'm about to sneeze. Again. Please help.
Phew. Ugh. I'm gonna kill.
The story was published in this morning's edition of the Shoyu News.
Oh god. Hey, not again.
The details are too accurate for it to be written by someone else.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this. The entire article is almost exactly what I said to Miss Brett, word for word.
Eh.
Well, Mini Memo-san.
As a journo and as a citizen of the free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of memoism.
Mother's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from the outside hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Yeah, shut up! My story's never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I wanted to go on record.
Very well. You may amend your formal testimony.
Yeah. The point is, if you'd poisoned someone, there'd be no reason then to go stab the person as well.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison you sought to make sure the victim would die?
That's your shit!
What?
Yeah, that would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have only had minutes away from death. And yet this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yeah, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Oh, he was trying to obscure that it was poisoned. So that, you know, the military and such didn't come in. That could be the key here. Alright then, so just the newspaper article then? And it seems we don't have people reacting to testimony yet. That might just not be available yet, but that was like one of the cool things about having these multiple witness testimonies, was having witnesses react. So I hope that's not gone. I hope it comes back. It's just not available for the first case. Oh, let's just fucking go for it. Yep, alright, sweet.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
Before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court.
It's just not in the first case for some reason. Because I definitely could have seen, instead of our defendant lovingly yelling out, "Hold it," she could have just, like, reacted to it. But I guess it's because she's the defendant. and maybe they just don't want to overcomplicate the first case. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard from outside the hut?
Of course he did! There can be no question in that. After all, when we were all there in the laboratory together, we were told that it was a terrible toxin.
Okay. So no investigation-only cases? Or it's just... Well, okay, that's a question. Do we have an investigation-only case this game? Or are they all real cases? Real. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimbami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. None? Alright, sweet. In no other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink. Ah, multi-day trials as well. Very nice, very nice.
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Many Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Yeah.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Mimbami-san entered the hut.
Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Mini Memo-san overheard the worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
Information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite the understatement. The only possible place it could come from was my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would have exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils, yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances. Not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Whoops. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed.
Well, I guess he could have stabbed her also to keep her quiet about him being there, because nobody else knew he was there. He'd been sent home.
Mimbami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim... Oops. Keep accidentally pressing square. Was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you, right in Many Memo?
Yeah. Objection! I need to go to the bathroom. I've got some diarrhea I need to take care of. And that's a whole different kind of scoop.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listed in from the far side of the bench hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, didn't he?
Exactly.
Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have been suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison means it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there are a number of... I mean, yes, I counter completely.
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in such the same way that he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Lost hope?
Yeah, we gotta prove how he poisoned her. Yeah, I know.
You pathetic, useless fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Give it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence?
You admitted your guilt like not even 5 minutes ago that you stabbed her.
Yeah, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts.
Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself!
I mean what a professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here in my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word.
Uh-huh.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I, writing many memo, a mere reporter for the Show You News, couldn't have possibly stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory.
But there can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. But if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
My point is, there's only one way that you, Many Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've had enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. The court must be shown as evidence.
Pen. The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
A fountain pen? How is that at all possibly relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago.
I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush, nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Yeah, okay.
But as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup-can of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir within the barrel, onto which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write the
What is all this talking of sucking?
Well, it's just as possible it's to suck up ink into the reservoir. It's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word, can this really be?
Well, Minamemo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes on the laboratory that day?
On the laboratory. On top of it.
You used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Yeah, no absurdity. That never happened.
True. We've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. The laboratory. Would anyone have thought to look inside the fountain pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for the fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Minamemo-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting...
The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
There could be any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen, well, fell from his quivering hand.
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, this pen was dropped after the poison was filled into the after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Yeah. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So, this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So, what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So, what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I've got plenty in reserve. Ha! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again!
It looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter.
As I see, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not the witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence.
No such evidence possibly exists!
Minamemo-san, this is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past that point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Chemical region. There we go.
Counsel, what is this bottle?
This bottle contains a unique chemical region that can identify the poison in question.
Yes, the poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it with any other method.
or from any other perspective. Simply with this chemical region, anybody at all could check for traces of poison.
Region? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini Memo-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out a test on the fountain pen at once.
Oh shit! He's going crazy! This isn't my fault! The Empire drove me to this! Trying to hold its head and I civilized with a mighty predator in the battlefield! All the name of justice, this is yes!
Susato, with me! I'm there!
Oh shit, Susato, takedown! Oh shit!
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That, was a Ryotaro takedown.
Awesome. Are we gonna have full, proper breakdowns again? Because we didn't really have any, normal breakdowns in the last one, I noticed. Like, no moment where they just completely fucking lost it. Like, they kind of just broke down over the course of, the trial, which did happen in the other ones, of course, but there wasn't, like, one big, significant moment.
It's clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me, and, I decided to do it on a whim. You could call me this time period's daredevil, if you would. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out completely.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck out some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen?
Yeah, that's right. Answer me one thing, Mini-Memo-san. For what purpose did you steal it? Isn't it obvious? To find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the Englishwoman end up dead? I went to that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all, as a reporter. I don't kill her enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. She just laughed in my face.
What's this, a Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What'd you just call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to the cave where you came from.
That's when I remembered. About the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done. She clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yeah,
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought?
there's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in the courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up, that's what it was.
A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
I'm already going to prison. You think I give a shit? You already figured out my little thing, so, you know, why not just, blatantly put out the, put out the fire with another fire? Oh, come on, doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into a sunset. A free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down with with Britain and Japan. Some deal had gone down with British.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt. I was all about ready to get published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government's going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself and tried to lay the blame on the defendant's store. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh, yes? Ahem. Sorry, Your Excellency, just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo... Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way he handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one. It gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor AUCHI, do you have any final thoughts? Uh-oh, what's he about to do?
Prosecutor AUCHI?
I, Takatsuchi of the AUCHI clan, have been bested by a callow youth. Not once, but now twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it is withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of the AUCHIism.
AUCHIism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost for forever. Takitsuchi.
Did he just quote himself? Oh no, his hope. No! Well, bro is not okay.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Ray Membami-san,
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you...
Not guilty! Yippee! Thank you, Japanese gumshoe.
Arigato, pal. Arigato gozaimasu. As you say. Court is adjourned.
Oof. Well, I mean, we figured the trial out really quick, but it still took 4 hours. Of course.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do just to stay standing. Lawyers have such a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san?
Ow!
Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm gonna cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. Oh, I was on the verge of tears at the end too. It's the only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh, no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray, so I would have to say that congratulations belongs to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. Kiss me already! It's time to celebrate with swagger, to throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow.
Bro is literally asking you on a date, bro, right now.
Or something. Right, I see, I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man. It felt so good.
Okay, that is clearly you definitely have a crush on femboy Susato. That is nothing more. Also, does Japan have actual milk bars? Like, what is this? Like fucking Zelda with all their milk bars, and now you're saying we got milk bars here too?
Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Is there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness, no, of course not. Ah, there it is at last, Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you, defense attorney Ryotaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame. I fear I've fallen for him.
What?
What is happening?
Sosuke-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you?
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Susato Mikatoba.
I don't. So dashing, divine. No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you. I have no idea, Miss Sato-san Esquires, that you were locums to Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding, Ace Attorney! He said it! He said the thing!
Poor Sosuke-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in again. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Sosuke-san was free to return to Japan. Now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau with Mr. Turtle. What? Wait! You never mentioned the turtle's name before? Wait! That's what I call them! What? Ah! What? I am the great Ace Attorney after all. That was him. I mean, yes, it's not a very complicated name, but the fact that I didn't like call him Bruce or something, I was like, yeah, this is Mr. Turtle. Please refer to him as my associate. I wrote that joke for a little while, and it's real. It's real. It's canon, no less. I'm sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Also, none of you really referred to Mr. Turtle. He's very, very wounded by that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Turtle. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector.
Well, I'm a professional, of course.
I do worry about Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. 9 months ago when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I thought you were really, really hot as a man, and now I really don't know how to feel. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that Englishwoman committed at the end of last year.
Oh, yes, it was the English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
That mystery is, why did she kill him? Even Mr. Turtle does not understand. And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Herlock Sholmes, the great detective.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course.
Ah, my arch-nemesis. How lightly you utter his name.
Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes.
A best friend.
That man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. If that's really true... No. Then Iris won't be able to see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also served another role as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs.
Yeah, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? You're clearly not fucking sick, you liar.
Is it so much to say that the father missed his daughter? Mamma mia.
It's been 2 months since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you'd collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where'd that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear. I simply can't.
Let me go!
Many memos, hon? So one throw isn't enough for you.
Hi, I've got one last thing to say before they take me away, Professor.
Me?
I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. It was Mario all along!
The visiting student, you mean Giselle Brett?
No, not her, the student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
Oh, wait. You didn't say she. Huh. Right.
He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does this have anything to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it.
So, don't know that the guy never made it to England.
That he died on that steamship. And that he'll never...
Oh, shit!
Well, I didn't expect to find him here. Well, what were you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. We're playing tic-tac-toe.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugen. And it's a good job I came by.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him.
Oh yeah, he fucked that man up. He gave him a Susato takedown, no less. Or a Ryotaro takedown.
Oh, Your Excellency.
The trial's over. I'm not your excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend. Seishiro Jigoku. You can call me Goku if you want. Son Goku, perhaps. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato.
Ah, yeah, he knew the whole time. What a jackass. He was just gonna let it go, of course. Lovely. You know, everyone's so forward-thinking. More than you would expect.
Did you know all along?
A judge sees everything, Susato.
I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we?
Yes, having ruled on that case, now we have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But, well, then again, both of you, you did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What did you think of my Seichiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that, eh?
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? Now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm gonna have to bring this up with Father sometime. Nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san, Esquires, could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Sosuke-san, what is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England.
Oh, this I have to hear. Please, Sosuke-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible, cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness Locum Student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of my report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent me a telegram asking you to return to Japan.
That was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
Of course I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one, you mean... Well, Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public?
Huh? Mystery case? Okay, I was right. This is a case we don't know about. Oh, wait a minute. What's happening here?
The bird case? Was it to do with the bird? The killing of the bird? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first?
The case you forgot about.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious, unanswered questions.
Okay, so we're gonna do a flashback case then? Is that the next one?
The horrific, hideous, heinous sin, the case of the haunted lodgings.
Okay. It's gonna take a while for us to get the modern day, Ryunosuke and see what those chaps are up to, but at least we get to, see Sholmes and stuff again. Luckily.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong.
Summation examination tutorial? Oh, again. Oh, great. No way to skip that one, I suppose? Well, lucky we won't be doing that today. Oh!
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
Oh, she does say san instead of san.
But
I
actually,
prefer san. I
I'm
like how
writing
san
to you
sounds.
today because of
I keep saying
another
san by
matter.
accident.
I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second
Oh,
case he
no,
was
she is saying
involved
san. Kind of.
in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left.
Yeah, the British is
Perhaps you might
making it
like
hard
to look
and it's
over them
obscuring
again.
it.
Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue.
I wonder if they got the voice actor to be like
It makes me
a
long
Japanese
to
British
see you
person.
again.
That'd be crazy if they went to that
Yours,
effort.
Sisato.
They are? Okay. Because it's a very unique accent that you can clearly tell the British and the Japanese in there. You can very much hear both. So, that's really cool. I wonder how many of the British actors are actually British. He's like, anyway, you're doing British accent. Alright. The Clouded Kokoro. Oh boy. The Great Departed Soul. Twisted Karma in his last bow. Resolve of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Alright. Well, as per the usual thing, we'll watch the intro cutscene and then snap away. And we'll come back next time. So yeah, there's only... yeah, 5 chapters again. Yeah, I just skipped a resolve. Yeah, everything else is like, you don't really need it. Yes! The memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved.
Yeah, right. I don't know why she was a full-grown lady. The lady we actually saw got stabbed was a fucking round munchkin.
Exchange student from his harrowing plight. Then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight, did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene,
Yeah, true.
it only proved to be the overture that announced
Also,
the rising
Iris
of
does
the
not
curtain
sound like that.
on a most tragic play.
I would love to see that voice coming out of Iris's mouth. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling loiterer. I'm a fledgling loiterer. I loiter. That's my job. Lawyer. Just starting out on my journey. Well, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, whoever you may be, we will continue this next time. Whether that's tomorrow, I'm not sure yet. But should be. We should be back tomorrow. So thank you, Big Boss and Ryan and everybody who came in today. Even if you're just lurking, thank you very much. I will see you all later. I'm not sure if we're going to stream again tonight. I do want to do a stream on... on Season 2 of Marvel Rivals, so I don't know when that's going to be. And of course, we still have Raft ongoing. But we will see. We will see. So, if I am back tonight, there'll be a ping on the Discord. If not, tomorrow. Alright, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Bye-bye. We'll see you later for more Great Ace Attorney 2. See you later. Smell you later, more like.